Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The faint scent of lilies lingered as morning light filtered through the thin curtains, casting a gentle glow across the room. A soft ticking resonated from an unseen clock, almost drowned by the distant hum of traffic outside. In the middle of the hardwood floor lay a peculiar rug, its edges inexplicably curling upwards. Beneath it, an uneven surface was just visible, hinting at something deliberately hidden. As I stepped closer, the quiet seemed to deepen, as if the room itself held its breath, waiting. I knew then what I had always suspected, but never allowed myself to acknowledge. The rug had been moved, not by accident, not by the cleaning woman who came twice a week, but by someone who understood the weight of secrets pressed into floorboards, someone who knew exactly what lay beneath. The realization didn't come with shock or sudden clarity. It settled over me like dust, inevitable and suffocating. I had been living with this knowledge for months, perhaps longer, carrying it in the space between my ribs where breath catches and holds. The truth had been there all along, patient as sediment, waiting for me to stop running from what my own eyes had witnessed. When did the suspicion begin? I find myself asking this question repeatedly, turning it over in my mind like a smooth stone worn by countless touches. Memory is unreliable, I know this now. It bends and shifts, accommodating what we need it to say, but there are fragments that remain sharp, cutting through the haze of doubt with their insistence. The first time I noticed the rug's placement, it was winter. Snow had accumulated on the windowsill, creating a barrier between the inside and the world beyond. The room felt smaller then, more intimate, as if the cold had drawn the walls closer together. I remember standing in the doorway, coffee growing cold in my hands, watching the way shadows fell across the floor in geometric patterns. The rug seemed wrong somehow, not its color or texture, but its position. It had always been centered, perfectly aligned with the furniture, a careful composition that spoke of deliberate arrangement. But that morning it sat slightly askew, as though someone had lifted it and replaced it hastily, without taking time to ensure precision. I told myself it was nothing. Rugs shift, people walk across them, vacuum cleaners push against them. The natural settling of a house causes small displacements. These explanations felt reasonable, logical. I clung to them with the desperation of someone who knows they are lying to themselves but cannot bear the alternative. But the lilies were harder to dismiss. They appeared without announcement, fresh arrangements replacing wilted ones with clockwork regularity. White lilies, always white, their petals thick and waxy, their fragrance heavy enough to change the very air of the room. I never saw them being delivered, never found receipts or cards, never witnessed the careful placement that must have occurred while I was elsewhere. When I asked about them, the response was always the same. A slight smile, a deflection, a comment about how much beauty they brought to the space. As though their presence required no explanation, as though questioning them revealed some failure of appreciation on my part. I began to pay attention in ways I had never bothered with before. The small details that make up the architecture of daily life suddenly demanded scrutiny. The way certain floorboards creaked under pressure, the pattern of wear on the hardwood, darker in some places, lighter in others, telling the story of countless footsteps. The way dust accumulated in corners, but seemed to avoid the area directly beneath the rug's center. Sleep became elusive. I would lie in bed, listening to the sounds of the house settling, trying to distinguish between normal creaking and something more purposeful. Footsteps, perhaps, the careful movement of someone who knew which boards to avoid, which paths through the room would minimize noise. In the morning, I would examine the rug again. Sometimes it appeared undisturbed. Other times, the edges seemed to curl more dramatically, as though they had been recently lifted and imperfectly replaced. I began to question my own perception, wondering if obsession was creating evidence where none existed. The photographs were what finally broke my resolve to ignore what I was seeing. I found them while looking for something else entirely, tucked between the pages of a book I had borrowed and forgotten to return. Old photographs, the kind with white borders and slightly faded colors that speak of an earlier era in personal documentation. They showed the room as it had been before, when the space belonged to different lives, different secrets. In every photograph, the floor was bare. No rug interrupted the clean lines of the hardwood. No decorative element obscured the natural beauty of the grain. The floorboards appeared uniform, unmarked by whatever imperfection now lay hidden beneath layers of fabric and denial. I studied those photographs with the intensity of an archaeologist examining artifacts. The angles of light, the placement of furniture, the way shadows fell across unobstructed wood. Everything looked normal, unremarkable, exactly as one would expect a room to appear when it held no secrets worth concealing. But when had the rug arrived, I could not recall its introduction to the space, could not summon any memory of its selection or purchase. It simply existed as though it had always been there, as though questioning its presence was itself suspicious. The uneven surface beneath became my obsession. I would walk past it dozens of times each morning, studying the way the rug failed to lie completely flat. Something was wrong with the floor itself, some irregularity that created hills and valleys in what should have been a smooth plain. I imagined scenarios. A pipe had burst, damaging the wood. Termites had created hollow spaces that caused settling. The house was old, subject to the kinds of structural shifts that create character but also problems. These explanations felt plausible until I examined them closely, until I noticed that the irregularity was too localized, too specific to be explained by the random forces of decay or damage. The shape was deliberate, rectangular, approximately 6 feet by 3 feet. The dimensions haunted me, their significance hovering just beyond conscious recognition while my subconscious cataloged their implications with growing dread. I began to research the history of the house, spending hours at the library scrolling through newspaper archives and property records. The previous owners had lived there for decades, a quiet couple who kept to themselves and maintained the property with meticulous care. They had left suddenly, I learned, selling to the first buyer who made an offer without negotiation or delay. The real estate listing described the house as charming, well-maintained, move-in ready. No mention of structural issues or needed repairs. No explanation for why people who had invested so much time and energy in creating a perfect home would abandon it with such apparent haste. I tried to imagine their lives in those rooms, their daily routines, their relationship to the space that had now become my prison of suspicion. Had they noticed the irregularity in the floor? Had they been the ones to introduce the rug, or had it been a later addition, a solution to a problem that developed after their departure? The questions multiplied faster than answers, creating a web of uncertainty that trapped me in cycles of speculation and doubt. I would convince myself that I was imagining things, that paranoia was creating patterns where none existed, only to discover some new detail that reignited my fears. The cleaning woman mentioned it first, almost in passing, while gathering her supplies to leave. The floor seemed uneven in that one spot, she said, made it difficult to vacuum properly. Had I noticed, was there perhaps some damage underneath that needed attention? Her observation validated what I had been seeing, but it also terrified me. If the irregularity was obvious enough for a casual observer to comment on, how had I lived with it for so long without demanding answers? What kind of willful blindness had I practiced to avoid confronting what was literally beneath my feet? I began to lift the edges of the rug when I was alone, peering at the floorboards beneath. The wood appeared darker in that section, stained in ways that could have been water damage or could have been something else entirely. The boards seemed to have been removed and replaced at some point, their alignment slightly off, their finish not quite matching the surrounding floor. Someone had worked to conceal whatever lay beneath, but time and settling had made their efforts imperfect. The evidence of their labor remained, visible to anyone willing to look closely enough to see. I started having dreams about digging, not frantic excavation, but careful, methodical removal of layers. First the rug, then the floorboards, then whatever lay beneath. In these dreams, I worked with archaeological precision, documenting each step, photographing each revelation, but I never saw what I uncovered. I always woke before the final layer was removed, before the truth was exposed to light. The dreams felt more real than my waking hours. In them, I had purpose, direction, the courage to seek answers rather than simply accumulating questions. But morning always returned me to the paralysis of uncertainty, to the endless loop of observation and speculation that had replaced action in my daily routine. I began to avoid the room, finding reasons to spend time elsewhere, taking longer routes through the house that bypassed the space entirely. But avoidance only intensified my obsession. The room called to me, demanded attention, refused to be ignored simply because I had decided to stop looking. The scent of lilies followed me through the house, clinging to my clothes, my hair, my memory. Even when the flowers were fresh, their fragrance carried undertones of decay, the sweet heaviness of organic matter returning to earth. I wondered if others noticed this duality, or if my heightened awareness had created sensitivities that existed nowhere but in my own perception. I started researching lilies, learning about their symbolic meanings, their role in various cultures and traditions. Rebirth, renewal, the cycle of death and regeneration. Flowers of mourning but also of celebration. Their significance shifted depending on context, on the intentions of those who chose them, on the circumstances surrounding their presence. White lilies specifically carried associations with purity, with innocence, with a kind of commemoration that seeks to transform tragedy into something beautiful. They were flowers for funerals, for apologies, for situations that required the gentle acknowledgement of loss. Who was being mourned? Who was being remembered? The questions pressed against my consciousness with increasing urgency, demanding answers I was not sure I wanted to discover. I began to pay attention to other details I had previously overlooked. The way certain conversations stopped when I entered the room, the careful choreography that kept visitors away from the area near the rug, the subtle but persistent suggestions that perhaps I was working too hard, thinking too much, allowing stress to create problems where none existed. These observations could have been paranoia, the kind of hypervigilance that transforms innocent interactions into evidence of conspiracy. But they could also have been protection, the gentle management of someone who was getting too close to truths that others preferred to keep buried. The weight of not knowing became heavier than the fear of discovery. I needed to understand what lay beneath the rug, beneath the floorboards, beneath the careful construction of normalcy that had been built over whatever truth the room contained. But understanding required action, and action carried consequences I was not prepared to face. Once the floor was opened, once the secret was exposed, there would be no returning to the comfortable uncertainty that had defined my existence for so long. I found myself standing over the rug again this morning, studying the way light fell across its surface, noting how the irregularities beneath created subtle shadows that shifted throughout the day. The lilies were fresh again, their fragrance filling the space with that familiar mixture of beauty and decay. The ticking of the unseen clock seemed louder than usual, marking time with mechanical persistence, counting moments that felt suspended between revelation and denial. Outside, traffic hummed with the rhythm of ordinary life, people moving through their routines without the burden of questions that had no comfortable answers. I knelt beside the rug, running my hands along its edges, feeling the way it resisted lying flat against whatever lay beneath. The surface underneath was definitely uneven, definitely wrong, definitely hiding something that someone had worked very hard to conceal. As I touched the fabric, I caught that scent again, faint but unmistakable. Lilies, yes, but underneath something else. Something earthy and organic, the smell of secrets pressed into wood, of time passing over truths that refused to completely disappear. The room held its breath around me, waiting to see what I would choose. Knowledge or ignorance, action or paralysis, truth or the comfort of questions that remained forever unanswered. I stood slowly, my decision made but not yet acted upon. Tomorrow, perhaps, or the next morning, when I was ready to face whatever lay hidden in the space where the rug refused to lie flat, where the floorboards had been disturbed and imperfectly replaced, where someone's secret waited with the patience of the dead. The faint scent of lilies lingered as I stepped back, their fragrance heavy with implications I was finally ready to explore. The morning light continued to filter through the thin curtains, casting that same gentle glow across the room, illuminating the truth I had been living with all along but had lacked the courage to acknowledge. Beneath the rug something waited, and I was no longer willing to pretend I didn't know it was there. Story 2. It smelled like old paint, thick and musty, wrapping around me as I stepped into the narrow hallway. The sensation was wrong, not fitting this place where the walls were bare and white. I hesitated, the scent pulling me toward forgotten corners of my mind. The air felt dense, as though I'd stumbled into a painting of a room I shouldn't have entered. A draft whispered through a crack, nudging a shiver down my spine. Somewhere distant, a floorboard creaked, echoing a long-buried unease. I reminded myself that there was no paint here, no reason for that smell. Yet I knew this scent was not just lingering, it was leading me somewhere. I hadn't encountered that smell since the last house, since before. The nausea hits first, always first. A cold wave that starts in my stomach and spreads outward like spilled water on concrete. My hands shake when I try to steady myself against the wall, and the trembling feels familiar, practiced. How many times have I done this exact motion? The wall is smooth under my palm, but I remember rougher surfaces, textured wallpaper that caught at my fingertips. There was a woman once. She had small hands, delicate wrists that seemed too fragile for the work she was doing. I can see her fingers now, wrapped around a brush handle, moving in careful strokes across something I can't quite focus on. The memory shifts and blurs like looking through water. Was she painting the walls, the ceiling, or something else entirely? The smell grows stronger, pulling me deeper into the hallway. Each step echoes differently than it should, as if the space is larger than it appears, or smaller, or both somehow. My breathing sounds too loud in my ears. There's something about the rhythm of it that doesn't match my heartbeat, and this disconnect makes my skin crawl with an anxiety I can't name. I remember waiting, hours of waiting in a chair that wasn't quite comfortable, watching her work. The room was different then, filled with afternoon light that slanted through windows I can't locate now. She hummed while she painted, a tune I almost recognize but can't place. The melody loops in my head now, incomplete and haunting. But that's not right, is it? The chair was in the other room, the one with the blue carpet that showed every footprint. I sat there after, not during. After what? The question hangs in the air like the paint smell, unanswered and heavy. My reflection catches in a window at the end of the hall, and for a moment I don't recognize the person staring back. The face is mine, but the expression belongs to someone else. Someone who has seen things I don't remember seeing, done things I don't remember doing. The glass is clean, too clean, as if someone scrubbed it recently, thoroughly. The woman's name sits on the tip of my tongue, but every time I reach for it, it dissolves. She had a laugh that was too bright for the work she was doing, too cheerful for what came after, or before. The sequence keeps shifting in my mind like sand through fingers. There was blood on the brush. No, that's not right either. Blood on her apron, her hands, the wall. The memory fractures and reassembles itself differently each time I examine it, like a puzzle with pieces that change shape when I'm not looking. I walk further down the hall, though I don't remember deciding to move. My feet carry me forward with a will of their own, following a path I've walked before in dreams, in nightmares, in moments between sleep and waking when reality feels negotiable. The floorboards creak in a pattern that sounds like conversation, like whispered confessions. She asked me to help her clean up afterward. The request was so ordinary, so domestic, that I almost believed the normalcy of it. We worked in silence, our movements synchronized like dancers who had rehearsed this routine countless times. But the silence wasn't comfortable. It was the kind of quiet that comes after something breaks, after words that can't be taken back. The paint smell intensifies near a door I hadn't noticed before. The handle is brass, tarnished with age and use. My hand hovers over it, trembling with recognition and revulsion. I've touched this handle before, felt its weight and warmth under my palm. But when, and why does the memory make my chest tight with panic? Inside the room, I know, are things I don't want to see again. Things that explain the woman's too bright laugh, the blood that may or may not have been there, the careful way she cleaned her brushes afterward. The door is slightly ajar, and through the crack I can see a sliver of wall that might be painted, might be clean, might be neither. The woman had a scar on her left hand, shaped like a crescent moon. She touched it when she was nervous, rubbing the raised skin with her thumb in small circles. I watched her do this while we cleaned, while we waited, while we pretended that everything was normal and fixable and fine. The gesture was hypnotic, meditative, like a prayer or a confession. But I'm the one with the scar now. I look down at my left hand, and there it is, pale and raised against my skin. When did that happen? How long have I been carrying this mark? The questions multiply faster than I can process them, breeding in the dark corners of my consciousness. The hallway stretches behind me now, longer than it was when I entered. The white walls seem to pulse with their own light, or maybe that's just my vision adjusting to the dimness. I can't tell anymore what's real and what's memory, what's now and what's then. The boundaries have blurred beyond recognition. There was a mirror in the room where she worked, an old one with silver backing that had started to peel, creating dark spots that looked like shadows or stains. She avoided looking at it while she painted, kept her back to it as if the reflection might show something she didn't want to see. But I looked. I couldn't stop looking, even when what I saw there didn't match what was happening in the room. The mirror showed her painting the walls, yes, but it also showed other things. Movements that were too quick, too violent for the careful strokes I was watching. Colors that weren't on her palette, weren't in the room, weren't supposed to exist. The reflection and reality moved in and out of sync like a badly dubbed film. My hand is on the door handle now, though I don't remember reaching for it. The brass is warm, warmer than it should be, as if someone else has been holding it recently. The metal seems to pulse under my palm like a heartbeat, like something alive and aware of my presence. The woman finished her work and stepped back to admire it. Her face was flushed with exertion or satisfaction or something else I couldn't identify. She wiped her hands on a rag that might have been white once, but was stained now with colors that shifted depending on the light. Red, brown, something darker that made my stomach turn. But she wasn't painting walls, was she? The realization comes slowly, like dawn breaking over a landscape I don't want to see clearly. The brush moved across something else, something that required more care, more precision. Something that explained the smell, the careful cleanup, the way she avoided the mirror. The door opens under my touch, revealing a room that's exactly as I remembered and nothing like I expected. The walls are white, pristine, unmarked by paint or time or whatever I thought I saw her doing. But the smell is overwhelming now, thick enough to taste, to choke on. In the corner sits the chair where I waited, where I watched, where I helped. The blue carpet is gone, replaced by bare floorboards that show no trace of footprints or stains or the careful scrubbing I remember. But the memory of scrubbing is vivid, tactile. I can feel the brush in my hands, the resistance of dried material against the bristles, the way the water turned colors I don't want to name. She's not here now, of course. She hasn't been here for a long time, maybe never was here at all. But her presence lingers like the paint smell, like the memory of her humming, like the scar on my hand that might be hers, might be mine, might belong to someone else entirely. The mirror is still there, still showing reflections that don't quite match reality. In it, I can see myself standing in the doorway, but also someone else. Someone with smaller hands, delicate wrists, a crescent scar that catches the light. Someone who painted things that weren't walls, cleaned things that weren't spills, hummed tunes that weren't quite songs. I close the door and step back, but the handle stays warm in my memory. The hallway seems shorter now, more manageable, but the paint smell follows me as I retreat. It will always follow me, I realize. It's not coming from this place at all, but from inside me, from the spaces between my memories where truth and fiction blend like watercolors on wet paper. The woman's laugh echoes in the empty hall, bright and wrong and familiar. Or maybe it's my laugh, recorded and played back at the wrong speed in the wrong voice. The sound bounces off the white walls and returns to me changed, distorted, like everything else in this place where nothing is quite what it seems. I reach the end of the hallway and turn back once more. The door is closed now, but light seeps from underneath it, warm and golden and inviting. Inside, I know she's still working, still painting, still humming her incomplete melody. And I'm still watching, still helping, still trying to understand what it is we're really doing in that room with the mirror that shows too much and the carpet that hides everything. The paint smell follows me out into the larger world, a constant companion that reminds me of work left unfinished, of questions left unanswered, of a woman whose name I've forgotten but whose hands I remember with perfect clarity. Those hands that might have been mine all along, painting pictures I'm not ready to see, creating art from materials I'm not ready to acknowledge. And somewhere in a room that may or may not exist, the work continues, patient and methodical and terrifyingly precise. Story 3. The door had closed softly behind me, its usual creak absent. My feet traced the familiar pattern over the carpet, but this time with each step, the fibers resisted beneath my soles. The air felt thick, almost tangible, wrapping around my skin like an unwelcome embrace. A faint, metallic tang lingered, like static, hinting at something unresolved. I paused, drawing a breath that felt heavier than expected. The silence pressed down, shifting imperceptibly, and I realized the floor remembered more than I did. The coffee cup sits cold on the kitchen counter. I noticed the ring of moisture it left behind, a perfect circle on the wood. She always used coasters, always. The precision of her habits had once comforted me, the way she folded towels into exact thirds, how she arranged spoons in the drawer with military attention. Now these details feel like accusations. I keep returning to the photograph tucked behind the mirror, not hidden exactly, displaced. A woman I don't recognize standing beside someone whose face has been carefully torn away. The edges of the tear are too deliberate, too clean. When I found it, my hands were already shaking, though I couldn't say why. The neighbor mentioned seeing headlights in our driveway at odd hours. She said it casually over the fence while watering her roses. Her tone suggested she expected me to know what she meant. I nodded as if I did, but something cold settled in my stomach. I don't drive after dark anymore. Haven't for months. There's a pattern in the way dust gathers on the windowsill. Not random accumulation, but deliberate lines, as if someone had been tracing letters with their finger. I've cleaned it away twice, but it returns. The same curves, the same careful spacing. Sometimes I catch myself trying to decipher what it might spell. The basement door sticks now. It never used to. The wood has swollen, or perhaps the frame has shifted. When I finally force it open, the hinges protest with a sound like breaking glass. The steps descend into darkness that feels occupied, though I know I'm alone. I know I'm alone. She used to hum while cooking, a tuneless melody that would drift through the house, settling into corners where it seemed to wait. I still hear it sometimes, though the kitchen has been silent for weeks. The sound comes from everywhere and nowhere, like tinnitus, like guilt. I found her journal wedged between the mattress and box spring. The entries are written in her careful script, but the words feel foreign, describing conversations I don't remember having, places we never visited together. One entry mentions a decision we needed to make, something about consequences and necessary sacrifices. My name appears frequently, but always in contexts that make me feel like a stranger to myself. The phone rings at the same time each evening. When I answer, there's only breathing on the other end, measured, patient. I've stopped answering, but the ringing continues its rhythm, marking time like a metronome. Sometimes I wonder if the breathing matches my own. There are scratches on the inside of the closet door, thin, parallel lines carved into the paint. They're positioned at shoulder height, grouped in sets of 5. I run my fingers over them and feel the desperation embedded in each mark. My nails are short now. I keep them that way. The insurance investigator asked about her state of mind. He sat in our living room, notepad balanced on his knee, and spoke about her as if she were a problem to be solved. I wanted to tell him about the way she laughed at old movies, how she saved newspaper clippings of stories that made her cry. Instead, I found myself describing a woman I barely recognized, someone anxious, secretive, prone to unexplained absences. Blood doesn't wash out of fabric the way you'd expect. It leaves a shadow, a memory of itself that persists despite repeated attempts at removal. The throw pillow from the couch now sits in a garbage bag in the garage. I tell myself I'll donate it eventually, but some stains are too honest to share. The mailbox key went missing the same week she did. I've been collecting our mail from the post office, standing in line with people who avoid eye contact. The clerk always asks if there's anything else she can help me with, and her voice carries an undertone I can't quite identify. Sympathy, perhaps, or suspicion. I dream of driving on roads that don't exist, following headlights that stay just ahead of me no matter how fast I go. In these dreams, I'm chasing something important, something I've lost. When I wake, my keys are never where I left them. The detective assigned to her case has kind eyes and a voice like gravel. He asks the same questions in different ways, as if repetition might shake loose some truth I'm withholding. I want to help him, but the story keeps changing in my mouth. Details rearrange themselves between one telling and the next, and I begin to doubt my own memory. Her toothbrush still sits in the holder beside the bathroom sink. The bristles have dried into rigid points, and dust has settled between them like snow. Sometimes I catch myself buying her brand of toothpaste out of habit, then standing in the bathroom doorway, tube in hand, wondering what I intended to do with it. The carpet in the hallway has been professionally cleaned twice, but the stain keeps bleeding through. The technician assured me it was just water damage, maybe from a leaky pipe, but the shape it makes troubles me. It spreads like a shadow, like something trying to surface from beneath. I've started keeping a notebook of details I might otherwise forget. The way light falls through the kitchen window at different times of day. The sound the refrigerator makes when it cycles on. The exact words the postal worker used when she asked about forwarding addresses. These fragments feel important, though I can't say why. There's a parking receipt in the glove compartment of my car, stamped with a location I don't recognize. The time printed on it corresponds to an evening I remember spending at home, watching television and eating takeout from containers that I later threw away. But the receipt exists, tangible proof of a journey I can't recall taking. The house settles differently now, creaking in new places, sighing through vents that used to whisper. I've learned to distinguish between the sounds of emptiness and the sounds of waiting. They're not the same thing. She left behind a collection of books I never saw her read: true crime stories, accounts of disappearances, case studies of people who simply walked away from their lives. The pages are dog-eared, margins filled with her neat handwriting, questions mostly, and my name appearing in the margins like a recurring theme. The spare key we kept under the garden stone has been moved, not taken moved. It now rests beneath the ceramic frog she bought at a yard sale, the one I always thought was ridiculous. The deliberateness of this relocation feels like a message, though I can't decode its meaning. I've begun to understand that memory is less reliable than I once believed. It shifts and adapts, filling gaps with plausible fiction, smoothing over inconsistencies until the past becomes a story we tell ourselves rather than something that actually happened. The truth, if it exists, lies somewhere beneath these accumulated layers of revision. The investigator called yesterday to say they're closing the case. Insufficient evidence, he explained, though evidence of what he didn't specify. He thanked me for my cooperation and suggested I might benefit from speaking with someone, a counselor, perhaps. His voice carried that same undertone I've learned to recognize in others, that careful distance people maintain when they're not sure what they're looking at. Tonight I sit in the living room where everything began, where the carpet still remembers footsteps I can't account for. The photograph behind the mirror has disappeared entirely now, leaving only the faint outline where it once rested. Outside, headlights sweep across the window, and for a moment I think I hear humming from the kitchen that tuneless melody that once filled this house with something resembling peace. The door creaks again when I check the lock, that familiar sound restored as if nothing had ever changed. Story 4. It wasn't the first time the mail arrived unopened. The pile on the counter grew, each envelope pristine, untouched by anyone since its delivery. The kitchen clock ticked in its predictable rhythm, marking the passage of moments that seemed to stretch into a comfortable numbness. Outside, the shadows lengthened across the lawn, a daily occurrence that went unnoticed by those who passed by. I watered the plants, observing the soil, though it never seemed to dry out. Later, as I closed the window, I noticed the curtain was slightly askew. I didn't bother fixing it. It didn't seem worth the effort. The explanation came to me as naturally as breathing. My partner had left for a business trip, one of those extended affairs that required absolute focus. No distractions, no personal correspondence. We discussed it over coffee that morning, the steam rising between us like a gentle barrier. The decision made perfect sense. I would handle the household matters, sort through anything important, and save the rest for their return. I remember the conversation clearly. The way they stirred their coffee counterclockwise, always counterclockwise, before setting the spoon down with that particular metallic clink against the ceramic. The morning light caught the side of their face, highlighting the small scar near their left temple from a childhood accident they told me about countless times. They spoke about the importance of this opportunity, how it could change everything for us. The routine that followed felt natural, almost choreographed. I would collect the mail each afternoon, stack it neatly on the kitchen counter, and continue with my day. The bills could wait. We had automatic payments set up for everything important. The personal letters, well, those weren't really for me to open anyway. It seemed like a reasonable arrangement, a small sacrifice for the greater good of our future. But something about the weight of those envelopes bothered me. Not their physical weight, but the way they seemed to accumulate emotional gravity as the days passed. I found myself avoiding that corner of the kitchen, taking longer routes to the refrigerator, preparing meals on the opposite counter. The stack grew taller, more accusatory somehow, though I couldn't pinpoint why. The plants thrived under my care, their leaves glossy and full despite the soil that never seemed to dry. I began to notice how the water pooled on the surface before slowly disappearing, as if the earth itself was reluctant to drink. My hands would linger on the watering can, feeling its familiar weight, though sometimes I couldn't remember filling it. The routine had become so automatic that my body moved through the motions while my mind wandered elsewhere. There were moments when I would catch myself standing at the window, staring out at the lawn where those shadows fell in their predictable pattern. But sometimes in my peripheral vision, I thought I saw movement, not the shadows themselves, but something disrupting them. A figure perhaps, or just the play of light through the glass. When I turned my head to look directly, there was never anything there. The curtain remained askew. Each time I noticed it, I felt that same lack of motivation to fix it. But why? In the past, such small imperfections would have bothered me immensely. I was the type of person who straightened picture frames in other people's homes, who couldn't sleep if the bedroom door wasn't closed to precisely the right angle. Yet here I was, walking past this crooked curtain day after day, feeling nothing but a strange acceptance. Sleep began to feel different. Not restless exactly, but populated with sensations that lingered after waking. I would find myself reaching across the bed before full consciousness returned, my hands searching for warmth that was never there. The sheets on the other side remained perfectly tucked, undisturbed, exactly as I had made them. Yet sometimes I could swear I smelled that familiar scent, not cologne or perfume, but something more fundamental. The way skin smells after sleep, slightly salt and utterly human. The business trip explanation began to feel rehearsed in my mind, like lines from a play I'd performed too many times. I would catch myself repeating the details while washing dishes or folding laundry. The duration, the location, the importance of maintaining minimal contact. But when I tried to recall specific details, the name of the company, the exact nature of the work, my memory became frustratingly vague. I decided to call their office one afternoon just to confirm some minor detail about insurance coverage. The receptionist's voice was polite but confused. There was no record of any extended business trip, no approved leave of absence. In fact, they hadn't heard from my partner in over a week and were beginning to worry. I hung up quickly, my heart beating in an irregular rhythm that seemed to echo the kitchen clock's persistent ticking. The mail pile had grown tall enough to cast its own shadow across the counter. I approached it that evening with trembling hands, finally ready to confront what I'd been avoiding. But as I reached for the topmost envelope, something stopped me. Not fear exactly, but a profound reluctance that seemed to emanate from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. My fingers hovered inches from the paper, and I could feel a subtle vibration in the air, as if the letters themselves were warning me away. Instead, I found myself drawn to the basement or a part of the house I rarely visited. The handle felt cold under my palm, colder than it should have been given the mild weather. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step producing a sound that seemed to reverberate longer than physics would allow. At the bottom, I reached for the light switch and froze. There was something different about the concrete floor, not visible in the darkness but perceptible through my bare feet. A texture that hadn't been there before, slightly rough, as if something had been dragged across it repeatedly. The air carried a metallic tang that reminded me of old coins left too long in a pocket. I flicked on the light and saw nothing unusual, just the familiar clutter of storage boxes and forgotten belongings. But the sensation persisted, that feeling of wrongness that no amount of visual evidence could dispel. Back upstairs, I caught my reflection in the hallway mirror and barely recognized myself. When had I grown so thin? My clothes hung loosely, and there were dark circles under my eyes that I didn't remember seeing before. But more disturbing was my expression, calm, almost serene, despite the anxiety churning in my chest. It was as if my face was wearing a mask of normalcy, while everything underneath writhed in confusion. The phone rang that night, startling me from a half-doze on the couch. I answered without checking the caller identification, expecting to hear that familiar voice explaining everything, apologizing for the confusion at the office. Instead, there was silence punctuated by the sound of breathing that wasn't quite right, too shallow, too controlled. I whispered hello several times before the line went dead. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams that felt more like memories. I was standing in the kitchen again, but the light was different, harsher, more clinical. The mail pile was gone, replaced by something else I couldn't quite make out. My hands were wet, though I couldn't remember washing them. The smell of bleach filled the air, so strong it made my eyes water. I woke with that chemical scent still burning my nostrils, though I hadn't used any cleaning products in weeks. The next morning, I noticed that the automatic payments had stopped going through. Our bank account showed a series of declined transactions, bills that should have been handled seamlessly now marked as overdue. But that was impossible. I had confirmed the setup myself, had watched my partner enter the information into the online banking system. Unless someone had changed the settings, unless the account had been frozen for some reason I couldn't fathom. I called the bank, navigating through endless automated menus before reaching a human voice. The representative was apologetic, but firm the account had been flagged for unusual activity. Large cash withdrawals over several consecutive days, all made with the proper identification and access codes. The transactions had drained our savings to nearly nothing. I insisted there must be some mistake, but the evidence was there in digital black and white. The house began to feel different around me, as if the walls themselves were holding secrets. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, shadows that shifted when they should have been still, reflections that didn't quite match my movements. The kitchen clock seemed to tick more loudly now, its rhythm occasionally stuttering in a way that made my skin crawl. I started avoiding certain rooms without consciously deciding to do so. The bedroom felt too empty, too full of absence. The bathroom mirror showed a face I was beginning not to trust. Even the living room, once my sanctuary, now felt like a stage set waiting for actors who would never arrive. The mail continued to accumulate, and I realized that some of the envelopes were addressed to me alone. Not both of us, as was usually the case, but specifically to me. Bills that had been joint accounts were now in my name only. Credit card statements, insurance documents, even the mortgage paperwork, all bearing my name in stark, solitary print. When had these changes been made? I had no memory of signing anything, no recollection of any conversation about separating our financial obligations. But there was something else, something that made my hands shake as I sorted through the correspondence. Mixed in with the official documents were personal letters, cards, and what looked like condolence notes. I couldn't bring myself to open them, but I could see enough through the envelope windows to make out fragments. Words like "sorry for your loss" and "in this difficult time" swam before my eyes like accusations. The business trip story crumbled completely when I found the car keys in the fruit bowl, exactly where they always were. The car itself sat in the driveway, covered with a thin layer of dust that suggested it hadn't been moved in quite some time. If there had been a trip, it certainly hadn't involved driving. But there were no airline tickets, no boarding passes, no confirmation emails in our shared account. I began to search the house more systematically, looking for clues that might explain the growing inconsistencies in my carefully constructed narrative. In the closet, I found clothes still hanging exactly as they had been left, with no gaps suggesting hasty packing. The suitcases remained stacked in their usual corner, showing no signs of recent use. Even the toiletries in the bathroom were complete: toothbrush, razor, medications all present and accounted for. Yet I could still smell that familiar scent sometimes, still felt the phantom warmth of another presence. My body seemed to remember things my mind refused to accept. I would find myself setting two places at the dinner table, preparing enough food for 2 people, leaving space on the couch as if someone might join me at any moment. The neighbors began to look at me strangely when I encountered them during my daily routines. Their conversations would stop abruptly when I approached, resuming in hushed tones after I passed. I caught fragments of words that made no sense in the context of my reality, words like ambulance and police and such a shame. But when I tried to engage them directly, they would offer only vague pleasantries and quick escapes back to their own homes. The breaking point came when I decided to open just one letter, the smallest one from the pile. My hands trembled as I slid my finger under the seal, the paper parting with a whisper that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet kitchen. Inside was a single sheet of official letterhead, words that swam before my eyes as I tried to process their meaning. The letter spoke of arrangements that needed to be finalized, of services that had been postponed pending my availability, of remains that required my decision about final disposition. It was signed by someone claiming to be a funeral director, someone I had supposedly spoken with multiple times about matters I couldn't remember discussing. I dropped the letter as if it had burned me, watching it flutter to the floor where it landed face down, hiding its terrible contents. But the damage was done. The words had been seen, their implications spreading through my consciousness like ink through water. I backed away from the kitchen, from the mail pile, from the truth that was trying to surface despite my desperate attempts to keep it submerged. The house around me felt simultaneously too empty and too full, as if absence itself had taken on weight and substance. I could feel it pressing against me, this presence of non-presence, this reality I had been so carefully avoiding. My constructed explanation lay in ruins, but I wasn't ready to examine what might take its place. Instead, I found myself drawn back to the basement, to that concrete floor with its subtle wrongness. This time I didn't turn on the light. I simply stood in the darkness, feeling the cool air against my skin, listening to sounds that might have been the house settling or might have been something else entirely. My bare feet detected that strange texture again, and I knelt down to touch it with my fingertips. The surface was smooth now, perfectly smooth, as if it had been scrubbed clean with obsessive thoroughness. But underneath that artificial perfection, I could sense the ghost of whatever had been there before. My hands seemed to remember the motion of cleaning, the repetitive scrubbing that had worn away evidence I couldn't allow myself to acknowledge. I climbed back upstairs on unsteady legs, my mind fracturing between what I needed to believe and what my body seemed to know. The mail pile waited for me in the kitchen, patient and accusatory. The clock continued its relentless ticking, marking time that felt both too slow and too fast. Outside, those shadows fell in their predictable pattern, but now I understood that some shadows are cast by things that are no longer there to block the light. The phone rang again, and this time I let it go to voicemail, but there was no message, just the sound of breathing and then silence. I realized that I had been the one calling, had been the one breathing into the phone, desperately hoping to hear a voice that would never answer again. The truth hovered at the edges of my consciousness like a predator waiting to strike. I could feel it circling, patient and inexorable, knowing that eventually my defenses would crumble completely. But for now, in this moment, I could still choose to water the plants that never seemed to dry out, could still pretend that the mail was waiting for someone who might someday return to open it. The curtain remained askew, and I still couldn't bring myself to fix it. Perhaps because straightening it would be an admission that I was the only one left to care about such things. Perhaps because some part of me understood that crooked things sometimes stay that way for a reason, serving as monuments to moments when everything went irreparably wrong. I closed my eyes and tried to remember that last morning, the one with the coffee and the conversation about the business trip. But the harder I focused, the more the memory seemed to shift and blur, revealing inconsistencies I hadn't noticed before. Had we really talked about a trip, or had that conversation been about something else entirely, something my mind had carefully edited to create a more bearable narrative? The house held its secrets close, but my body betrayed them in small ways, the muscle memory of movements I couldn't consciously recall, the phantom aches in my arms and back that suggested recent physical exertion, the way my hands sometimes trembled when I wasn't paying attention to them. I was a stranger to myself, living in a reality I had constructed to protect me from something too terrible to face directly. But protection, I was beginning to understand, was just another word for prison. And sooner or later, every prison door must open, whether we're ready for freedom or not. Story 5. The air pressed against my skin in pulses, a rhythm that seemed to skip a beat with every breath. On the hallway wall, shadows moved in silent conversation, forming shapes I couldn't quite grasp. My footsteps felt uneven, each step landing slightly hesitated, as if the floor shifted beneath me before I moved. I reached for the familiar switch, expecting resistance, yet it flipped back with a casual defiance. The old clock on the mantel ticked without sequence, whispering a time that no longer matched reality. And there, a draft circled, cold and unnoticed, leaving the curtains slightly aglow with its secret dance. Something had already changed by then. The photograph on the side table had been turned just slightly, facing away from where I usually sat. Not dramatically, perhaps an inch, maybe two, but enough that the eyes in the frame no longer met mine when I glanced over during my evening routine. I noticed this the way you notice a tooth that's become loose, your tongue finding it again and again, testing its stability. The house held its breath differently now. Sounds carried in directions they hadn't before. The refrigerator's hum seemed to originate from the basement, though I knew it stood in the kitchen where it always had. Footsteps echoed from rooms I hadn't entered, soft impressions on carpet that should have been empty. When I followed these sounds, I found only furniture arranged exactly as I remembered, yet somehow unfamiliar in their precision. I began to catalog these disturbances, though I'm not certain when the cataloging began. Perhaps it started with the photograph, or perhaps it had been building for much longer, accumulating like dust in corners I rarely examined. The notepad where I recorded these observations filled with my handwriting, though I couldn't recall the act of writing most entries. My penmanship looked different on certain pages, more careful, as if someone had been practicing my letters. The suspicion, when it crystallized, felt like recognizing a song I'd been humming unconsciously. It had always been there, threading through my daily movements, but now I could hear the melody clearly. Someone had been in the house, not breaking in, not taking anything obvious, but present nonetheless, moving through my spaces with the familiarity of long observation. I found evidence in the negative spaces, the coffee cup that sat too perfectly centered on its saucer, the book whose bookmark had advanced 3 pages while I slept, the bathroom mirror fogged with steam from a shower I hadn't taken. These discoveries accumulated with the weight of certainty, yet remained gossamer thin when I tried to examine them directly. The neighbor across the way had mentioned seeing lights in my windows during the hours I spent at the office. She delivered this information casually, while we both retrieved mail from the cluster of boxes at the street's edge. Her tone suggested she assumed I'd left lamps burning, a reasonable explanation that settled over the conversation like dust covers on unused furniture. But I had developed the habit of checking each switch before leaving, running my fingers along the wall plates in a ritual that had become as automatic as locking the door. I began varying my routines, leaving earlier some days, returning at unexpected hours. The house greeted me with the same displaced air, as if it had been holding conversations that stopped just before my key turned in the lock. The thermostat showed temperatures I hadn't set. Cushions bore impressions from weight I hadn't applied. The television remote migrated between rooms with no memory of its journey. Sleep became unreliable. I would wake to sounds that dissolved the moment consciousness fully returned. Sometimes I found myself standing in hallways with no recollection of rising from bed, my bare feet cold against hardwood floors. The house felt larger in these moments, stretching beyond its actual dimensions, rooms extending into shadows that daylight would later reveal as familiar corners. During one of these nocturnal wanderings, I discovered the basement door standing open. The darkness below seemed thicker than ordinary absence of light, as if it possessed substance. I descended the stairs with the careful steps of someone navigating by memory, though I couldn't recall when I had memorized this particular descent. At the bottom, my fingers found the light switch exactly where I expected it to be. The basement appeared unchanged, boxes stacked in their usual configurations, holiday decorations wrapped in plastic sheeting, tools hanging on their designated hooks. Yet the air moved differently here, circulating patterns that suggested recent disturbance. I walked the perimeter, examining corners, searching for signs of habitation. Behind the furnace, I found a space where the dust had been disturbed, swept clean in the rough outline of a human form. This discovery should have prompted immediate action. Phone calls to authorities, locks changed, security measures implemented. Instead, I found myself returning to the basement repeatedly, drawn by a fascination I couldn't name. The clean space behind the furnace became a focal point, and I began to imagine the person who might have rested there, their breathing patterns, the rhythm of their sleep, whether they dreamed while occupying this hidden corner of my foundation. I started leaving small offerings, not consciously at first: a bottle of water forgotten on the workbench, a blanket draped over a chair. But gradually these gestures became intentional, though I couldn't articulate my motivations even to myself. The items would disappear, not immediately, but over the course of several visits. The water bottle would be empty and carefully rinsed. The blanket would be folded with military precision and placed on a different surface. The pattern established itself with the inevitability of seasons changing. I would provide, and my invisible resident would accept these provisions with careful gratitude. We developed an unspoken etiquette, boundaries neither of us acknowledged, yet both respected. I never attempted to encounter them directly. They never ventured into the upper floors during hours when I might be present. This arrangement might have continued indefinitely, a strange domesticity that existed in the spaces between my conscious life. But awareness, once awakened, tends to expand beyond its original boundaries. I began to notice other houses on the street, other windows that glowed at unexpected hours, other neighbors who mentioned unusual sounds or displaced objects with the same casual dismissal my neighbor had shown when reporting lights in my windows. The revelation arrived not as a sudden shock, but as a gradual understanding, like watching sunrise illuminate a landscape you hadn't realized was there. The person in my basement wasn't an isolated phenomenon. They were part of a larger pattern, a network of invisible residents who moved through our neighborhood like a parallel community, occupying the negative spaces of our daily lives. I began to observe more carefully, noting the subtle signs I had previously overlooked. The way certain houses seemed to breathe differently at twilight, the pattern of footprints in morning dew that didn't match the stride of the visible residents, the complicated dance of avoidance that played out in grocery store aisles and parking lots, as if some shoppers could sense others who should remain unseen. My role in this hidden ecosystem became clearer through observation. I was not a victim, but a participant, perhaps even a willing collaborator. The small disruptions in my home weren't violations, but communications, attempts to establish connection across the boundary between visible and invisible existence. The photograph turned away from my chair wasn't a threat, but an invitation to see from a different angle. Understanding brought responsibility. I found myself becoming more deliberate in my offerings, more attentive to the subtle requests embedded in rearranged objects and adjusted settings. The basement conversations grew more sophisticated, conducted entirely through the language of placement and displacement. A book left open to a particular page, a radio tuned to a specific frequency, messages encoded in the angle of shadows and the temperature of rooms. But understanding also brought questions that circled back on themselves, creating loops of doubt that undermined the very certainty I thought I had achieved. Were the signs I interpreted as communication actually random coincidence, elevated to significance by my need to find pattern? Was the presence I felt in my house a projection of loneliness, a psychological construction designed to fill empty spaces in my own existence? The basement space behind the furnace remained swept clean, yet I began to wonder if I had created this clearing myself during one of my unconscious nighttime wanderings. The offerings I left continued to disappear, but perhaps I was consuming them myself, in states of awareness I couldn't access through normal memory. The photograph that had started this entire spiral of observation remained turned at its slight angle, but maybe I had adjusted it unconsciously, and the wrongness I felt when looking at it was simply the discomfort of change. These doubts didn't diminish the intensity of my experience, but rather added layers of uncertainty that made the truth feel both more urgent and more elusive. I found myself documenting everything with obsessive precision, filling notebooks with observations that seemed crucial in the moment of recording, but appeared mundane when reviewed later. The handwriting that had seemed unfamiliar revealed itself as my own, altered by the different mental states in which I wrote. The house continued its subtle transformations, or perhaps I continued to notice transformations that had always been occurring. The boundary between observation and creation blurred until I couldn't determine whether I was discovering a mystery or constructing one. The invisible resident of my basement became simultaneously more real and more questionable, a presence that existed primarily in the spaces between certainty and doubt. Seasons shifted around these preoccupations, though I measured time more by the evolution of my understanding than by external markers. The offerings left in the basement became more elaborate and their disappearance more complete. The communications embedded in displaced objects grew more complex, requiring deeper interpretation. The sense of sharing my space with another consciousness intensified, even as I questioned the validity of every sensation that supported this belief. The neighbor who had mentioned lights in my windows moved away, replaced by a family who kept different schedules and noticed different patterns. Their presence altered the dynamics of the street, introducing new variables that disrupted the delicate ecosystem I thought I had mapped. Lights appeared in different windows at different hours. The network of invisible residents, if it existed, adapted to these changes with fluid grace, finding new hiding places and establishing new communication methods. I realized that my investigation had become indistinguishable from my participation. The act of looking for evidence had transformed me into evidence, another element in the pattern I was trying to understand. The basement behind the furnace remained clean, the offerings continued to disappear, and the house maintained its atmosphere of shared occupancy. But I could no longer determine where observation ended and creation began. The photograph on the side table became my anchor point, the one constant in a sea of shifting interpretations. Its slight angle remained unchanged, a fixed reference that seemed to promise stability even as everything else flowed between possible meanings. I would sit in my usual chair and study the image, trying to remember the exact moment when I first noticed its displacement, searching for clues in that initial recognition. But memory proved as fluid as everything else in this investigation. The moment of first noticing seemed to recede as I approached it, always just beyond the reach of clear recollection. Perhaps the photograph had always been angled away from my chair. Perhaps I had been seeing wrongness where none existed, creating mystery from the simple fact of never having looked carefully before. The air in the hallway continued to press against my skin in pulses, that familiar rhythm that seemed to skip beats in sync with my breathing. Shadows still moved in their silent conversations on the walls, forming shapes that remained just beyond interpretation. My footsteps maintained their slight hesitation, as if the floor continued to shift in anticipation of my movement. Standing before the light switch, I paused as I had countless times before, feeling the same expectation of resistance followed by the same casual defiance as it flipped back. The clock on the mantel maintained its irregular sequence, marking time that existed outside conventional measurement. And there, circling with patient persistence, the cold draft continued its dance, leaving the curtain touched with that same mysterious glow. In this moment, surrounded by all the familiar signs that had launched my investigation, I understood that the mystery had never been about finding answers, but about learning to exist comfortably within questions. The presence I felt, whether real or constructed, had become part of the house's character, woven into its daily rhythms as thoroughly as the irregular ticking of the mantel clock. The basement remained swept clean behind the furnace, waiting for offerings that would disappear into the space between explanation and faith. The photograph maintained its slight angle, forever turned away from my direct gaze, inviting me to see from perspectives I hadn't considered. And in the hallway, the air continued its pulsing rhythm, marking time in a sequence that belonged neither to the visible world nor to the invisible one, but to the liminal space where both existed simultaneously, breathing together in the same uncertain air. Story 6. The hallway was unlit upon initial inspection, the bulbs having been removed systematically. Adjacent rooms presented no visible disturbances, with windows closed and curtains undisturbed. A single shoe lay at the threshold, soles facing the interior. No footprints disturbed the dust on the floor, aligning with the absence of any personal effects in the closets. A faint hum lingered from a device inoperative for months, verified by its dust-laden surface. The hallway stretched into darkness, ending where a door remained slightly ajar. The air was still, yet the clock on the wall ticked quietly, marking time that had long since passed. The nausea comes in waves, each one carrying the weight of something I cannot name. It starts behind my ribs, spreading outward like ink in water, staining everything it touches. I taste copper on my tongue, though I haven't bitten it. My hands shake when I hold them still, steady when I move them. This contradiction lives in my body now, has made itself at home in the spaces between my thoughts. The shoe bothers me most, not because it was there, but because it was positioned so deliberately. Soles facing inward as if someone had stepped out of it while walking towards something, not away. I remember crouching beside it, the leather still holding the shape of a foot I recognized. The recognition came before the memory, the way a scent can transport you before your mind catches up. But that's not how it happened. I was standing in the doorway when I first saw the shoe. My shadow fell across it, and for a moment I thought it was my own foot, severed and abandoned. The panic that followed was immediate and animal, sending electricity through my spine before logic could intervene. Of course it wasn't my foot. Of course I was still whole, still standing, still breathing in that stale air that tasted of abandonment. The device that hummed was a refrigerator, though calling it that seems insufficient now. It had been unplugged for months, yet something inside it continued to vibrate, a mechanical heartbeat that shouldn't exist. I pressed my ear against its surface, feeling the vibration travel through my skull, and heard nothing but the sound of my own blood moving. The dust on top was thick enough to write in, and someone had. A single word, smeared and illegible, as if written by a finger that had changed its mind halfway through. I think about that word often now, what it might have said, who might have written it. The finger that traced it could have been mine, though I have no memory of approaching the refrigerator with intention. Memory is unreliable in places like this, where time moves differently, where dust accumulates in patterns that suggest movement but reveal nothing. The rooms adjacent to the hallway were perfect in their emptiness, too perfect. Windows that should have let in light were sealed not by curtains but by something darker, something that absorbed rather than blocked. I touched the glass of one and felt warmth, though the house had been cold for so long. The warmth spread up my arm, pooling in my shoulder, and I jerked away as if burned. That's when I noticed the absence of my reflection. Not completely absent, that would have been easier to understand, to categorize as hallucination or trick of light. Instead, my reflection was delayed, moving a fraction of a second behind my actual movements, like watching myself on a screen with poor connection. I raised my hand and watched my reflection follow, always catching up, never quite synchronized. The wrongness of it made my stomach turn, added another layer to the nausea that had become my constant companion. The clock on the wall ticked with mechanical precision, each sound sharp enough to cut, but the hands didn't move. I watched them for what felt like hours, counting the ticks, waiting for that minute hand to shift even slightly. It never did. The sound came from somewhere else, some other timepiece hidden in the walls or buried beneath the floorboards. Time was happening around me, but not to me. I existed in the spaces between seconds, in the pause between tick and tock. I remember being smaller in that hallway, though I know I wasn't. The ceiling seemed higher, the walls more distant, as if the space was expanding around me or I was contracting within it. My footsteps echoed differently, with the hollow sound of someone walking through a much larger space. But when I looked down, my feet were exactly where they should be, making contact with the floor in all the right places. The door at the end of the hallway was the focal point of everything, the place where all lines of perspective converged. Slightly ajar, it revealed nothing but darkness beyond, a darkness so complete it seemed solid. I approached it several times, or perhaps I approached it once and remember it several ways. Each time the distance remained constant, as if the hallway was stretching to accommodate my movement, keeping me always the same number of steps away from that threshold. When I finally reached the door, I discovered it was locked from the inside. This revelation came not from testing the handle, but from a certainty that settled in my bones, the way you know without looking that someone is watching you. The door was locked, had always been locked, would always be locked. The fact that it stood slightly open was irrelevant to its essential locked nature. These contradictions piled up like debris, cluttering my understanding until I could no longer distinguish between what I observed and what I believed. The shoe had moved. Not far, just a few inches closer to the wall, but enough to disturb the dust pattern around it. The outline of where it had been was still visible, a ghost print in the accumulated grime. I hadn't seen it move, hadn't heard the whisper of leather against floor, but the evidence was undeniable. Something in that house was capable of movement, of intention, of leaving traces in the dust. I began to suspect that something was me. The thought came unbidden, unwelcome, but once it arrived, it took root with disturbing ease. Perhaps I had moved the shoe during one of my many approaches to the door. Perhaps my memory was more fractured than I wanted to admit, full of gaps where actions occurred without my conscious participation. The idea terrified me more than any external presence could have. My reflection in the window had begun to smile. Not the warm expression of recognition or pleasure, but something smaller and more secretive, the kind of smile that suggests knowledge of things better left unknown. I wasn't smiling, had no reason to smile in that place of dust and wrongness, yet my reflection had developed its own relationship with joy. I stopped looking at windows after that, kept my eyes on the floor where the dust told stories I couldn't read. The humming from the refrigerator had developed a rhythm, almost musical in its complexity. Not quite a melody, but something with intention behind it, as if the machine was trying to communicate in the only language available to it. I found myself humming along without realizing it, my voice joining that mechanical chorus until I couldn't tell where the sound was coming from anymore. The word in the dust had changed. Still illegible, but different in its illegibility, as if someone had tried to correct or complete whatever message had been started. The dust itself seemed fresher in some places, older in others, creating a palimpsest of abandonment where multiple hands had written and erased and written again. I wanted to add my own mark, to participate in this conversation across time, but something held me back. Some instinct warned me that to write in that dust would be to commit myself to staying, to becoming part of whatever had claimed this place. The air moved differently near the door, creating currents that suggested the space beyond was vast, possibly infinite. I felt the pull of that darkness, the way it seemed to breathe with a rhythm not quite matching my own. Standing close to the threshold, I experienced a doubling of sensation, as if part of me was already on the other side, looking back at the part that remained in the hallway. This is where memory becomes unreliable, where the sequence of events dissolves into emotional impressions and physical sensations that resist chronology. I remember the taste of dust on my lips, the way my heartbeat seemed to echo off the walls, the growing certainty that I was not alone in that house, but was, perhaps, not entirely myself either. The shoe belonged to someone I had loved. This knowledge arrived complete and devastating, carrying with it a weight of implications I wasn't prepared to bear. The leather was worn in familiar patterns, shaped by a gait I had walked beside countless times. But the person who had worn it was gone, had been gone, would always be gone. The shoe remained as evidence of presence, of movement, of intention, but the foot that had given it purpose existed now only in the spaces between my thoughts. I began to understand that I was not investigating an abandoned house, but inhabiting a memory, walking through the architecture of loss that my mind had constructed to contain what couldn't be contained. The dust, the darkness, the mechanical humming, all of it was the furniture of grief, arranged in patterns that made sense only to the grieving. But that understanding brought no relief, no clarity that might serve as escape. If anything, it deepened the mystery, added layers of uncertainty about what was real, what was remembered, what was wished into existence by a mind unwilling to accept certain truths. The hallway remained solid beneath my feet. The clock continued its timeless ticking. The door stayed locked in its permanent state of being almost open. The nausea intensified, became a living thing writhing in my chest, feeding on the growing certainty that I had been in this place before, would be in this place again, was perhaps always in this place, walking the same path, approaching the same door, discovering the same shoe in its deliberate arrangement. The repetition was not quite exact, small details changed, dust shifted, the word on the refrigerator evolved, but the essential experience remained constant, a loop of approaching and never arriving, of seeking and never finding. My reflection had begun to move independently, no longer content to follow my gestures with that slight delay. In the corner of my vision, I could see it exploring the windows on its own, pressing its face against the glass, cupping its hands around its eyes to peer into the darkness beyond. Sometimes it would turn toward me with that secret smile, as if it had seen something I had missed, learned something I wasn't ready to know. The device that hummed was not a refrigerator. This realization came suddenly, with the force of something that had always been true but had been disguised by expectation and assumption. The shape was wrong, the proportions off, the surface too smooth and too warm. It was something else entirely, something that belonged to a different kind of house, a different kind of story. But what it actually was remained hidden, protected by the same mechanism that kept the door locked and the clock hands frozen and the shoe forever positioned just so. I pressed my ear against it again, listening for clues in that mechanical heartbeat, and heard instead the sound of my own name being called from somewhere far away. The voice was familiar but distorted, stretched across a distance that might have been spatial or temporal or something else entirely. It called with urgency, with love, with a desperation that suggested time was running out for something important. But I couldn't leave the hallway to answer. Not because I was trapped, but because leaving would mean abandoning the shoe, the dust, the locked door with its promise of revelation. Someone had to bear witness to this arrangement, to maintain the vigil that kept the memory alive. The calling voice would have to wait, would have to understand that some responsibilities transcend the ordinary obligations of the living. The word in the dust had become my name. Not clearly, not in letters that anyone else might read, but in a script that my heart recognized even as my eyes struggled to decipher it. Someone had written my name in that accumulated time, had marked me as belonging to this place, this moment, this endless approach toward a door that would never open because opening it would end something that needed to continue. I knelt beside the refrigerator that wasn't a refrigerator and traced my finger through the dust, adding my own mark to the palimpsest. The action felt like signing a contract, like agreeing to terms I didn't fully understand, but the need to participate, to add my voice to this conversation across time, was stronger than my caution. The humming stopped. In the sudden silence, I could hear other sounds that had been masked before. The whisper of settling wood, the almost inaudible movement of air through hidden spaces, the distant calling of that familiar voice. But most clearly, I heard the sound of breathing that wasn't my own, coming from behind the door that was locked but slightly ajar, emanating from the darkness that was complete but somehow permeable. Someone was waiting on the other side. Not someone new, not a stranger who had wandered into this space of memory and repetition, but someone who belonged there, who had always been there, who would always be there. The breathing was patient, unhurried, as if time moved differently in that place beyond the threshold. As if whoever waited there understood that I would eventually find my way to the door, would eventually understand what needed to be understood. The shoe had begun to glow. Not with any external light source, but with an illumination that seemed to come from within the leather itself, as if the memory of the foot that had worn it was somehow generating its own luminescence. The glow was soft, barely perceptible, but it cast shadows that moved independently of any movement I could detect. These shadows wrote their own words in the dust, created their own patterns of meaning that my conscious mind couldn't decode but my deeper self recognized. I realized I was crying, though I felt no sadness, no specific grief that might justify tears. The crying was automatic, biological, as if my body was processing something my mind refused to acknowledge. The tears fell onto the dusty floor, creating tiny dark circles that seemed to pulse with their own significance. Each drop carried information, emotion compressed into salt water, messages from parts of myself that had no other way to communicate. The reflection in the window had turned away from me entirely now, was facing the darkness beyond the glass with a posture of expectation, of welcome. Its shoulders were relaxed, its hands pressed flat against the window as if greeting someone on the other side. I wanted to see what it saw, to understand what had captured its attention so completely. But turning toward the window would mean turning away from the door, and I sensed that this was not the time for such divided attention. The house was breathing around me, its walls expanding and contracting with a rhythm that almost matched the humming that had stopped but somehow continued. I was inside something living, something that had grown up around this moment, this arrangement of shoe and dust and locked door, nurturing it like a pearl forms around an irritant. The house was the shell that had formed around my inability to leave, to move forward, to accept what waited beyond that threshold. My name in the dust had begun to fade, not erased but absorbed, sinking deeper into the accumulated time until it became part of the foundation rather than a surface marking. This felt significant, like a transformation I should understand but couldn't quite grasp. The fading wasn't loss but integration, a becoming rather than a disappearing. The breathing from behind the door had synchronized with my own, creating a harmony that was both comforting and deeply unsettling. We were breathing together, whoever waited there and I, sharing the same rhythm, the same need for oxygen, the same basic requirements of existence. But the synchronization suggested connection, relationship, a bond that transcended the physical barrier of the locked door. I approached the door one final time, or perhaps for the first time, or perhaps for the only time that mattered. The distance collapsed without my moving, space folding around in tension until I stood directly before that threshold, my hand raised toward a handle I couldn't quite bring myself to touch. The darkness beyond seemed less complete now, populated with shapes that might have been furniture, might have been memories, might have been possibilities waiting to unfold. The shoe behind me pulsed with gentle light, casting my shadow forward into that waiting darkness. My shadow fell across something on the other side of the door, something that shifted and responded to the touch of darkness on darkness. The breathing paused, held, as if whoever waited there was as uncertain as I was about what would happen next. My reflection had disappeared entirely from the window, leaving only my actual self, standing before a door that was locked but slightly ajar, in a hallway where time moved differently, where dust held conversations across years, where a single shoe could anchor an entire world of memory and loss and impossible continuation. The handle turned under my raised hand without my touching it, moved by intention or desire or the simple weight of accumulated longing. The door opened just enough to reveal a sliver of what lay beyond, not darkness, but a light so gentle it seemed like darkness, a space so familiar it felt like coming home. And in that space, breathing in perfect synchrony with my own, something waited with infinite patience for me to cross a threshold I had been approaching for longer than memory could measure. In a house that existed in the spaces between heartbeats, in the pause between breath and breath, in the eternal moment before understanding arrives and changes everything forever. Story 7. The match burned out between my fingers, its heat a fleeting memory. Smoke curled lazily upwards, weaving into the dim air like a whisper seeking a secret ear. My skin tingled, a prelude to the uncanny stillness pressing against the room. The familiar scent of burnt paper should have settled me, but instead it seemed to unsettle the air. If anything, the pattern on the rug looked different, as if brushed by an unseen presence. Something in the room's weight shifted, and I realized the crackling wasn't just from the embers. The sound came from behind the bookshelf, a soft, rhythmic disturbance that reminded me of fingers drumming against wood, except no one else was supposed to be in the house. I had locked the door myself, turned the deadbolt with that satisfying click that usually meant safety, but certainty felt slippery now, like trying to hold water in cupped palms. I stood, my bare feet pressing against the hardwood floor. The cold seeped through my soles, anchoring me to something real while my mind drifted toward explanations I didn't want to consider. The crackling continued, patient and persistent, as if whatever caused it had all the time in the world. Moving toward the sound felt like walking through thick air. Each step required intention, deliberation. The bookshelf stood against the far wall, its familiar spines creating a mosaic of colors I had memorized over countless quiet evenings. But something was wrong with the arrangement. A gap existed where none should be, a space that seemed to breathe with its own rhythm. The missing volume had been there that morning. I remembered because I had run my finger along its spine while reaching for another book, felt the raised letters of its title against my skin. Now, only dust motes danced in the empty space, catching what little light filtered through the heavy curtains. Behind the shelf, the crackling grew more distinct, not wood settling or old pipes expanding, but something deliberate, something that suggested purpose. I pressed my ear to the wall, feeling the cool plaster against my cheek. The sound was definitely there, muffled but unmistakable. like someone turning pages but slower, more methodical than reading would require. My reflection caught in the window glass, ghostly and uncertain. The face looking back seemed familiar yet strange, as if I were seeing myself through someone else's eyes. Beyond the glass, the garden lay in shadow, its familiar shapes transformed into something more ominous by the failing light. The oak tree that had stood sentinel for decades appeared to lean closer to the house, its branches reaching toward windows with what looked like intention. I had bought this house because of its history, drawn to the stories the realtor had been reluctant to share. Previous owners who had left suddenly, belongings abandoned, forwarding addresses that led nowhere. The pattern stretched back decades, a procession of brief occupancies that should have warned me away, but instead felt like an invitation to solve a puzzle no one else had managed to complete. The crackling stopped. Silence rushed in to fill the void, but it wasn't the comfortable quiet I had grown accustomed to. This silence had weight presence, as if the house itself were holding its breath. I stepped back from the wall, suddenly aware that my own breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. That was when I noticed the photographs. They hung in a neat row along the hallway, black and white portraits of people I didn't recognize. The strange thing was, I couldn't remember hanging them there. The walls had been bare when I moved in, and I had been particular about keeping them that way, preferring the clean simplicity of unadorned space. Yet here they were, 5 faces staring out from identical frames, their expressions serious and somehow expectant. The first photograph showed a woman with sharp cheekbones and eyes that seemed to follow movement. Her hair was pulled back severely, and she wore a dark dress that suggested formality or perhaps mourning. The second was a man with a thick mustache and a stern expression, his hand resting on what appeared to be a book. The third, fourth, and fifth faces blurred together in my memory even as I looked at them, their features refusing to stick in my mind like water refusing to stick to glass. But it was the 6th frame that made my breath catch, empty, just an ornate border surrounding blank space, as if waiting for someone to complete the collection. I touched the wall where the empty frame hung, feeling the slight indentation left by the nail, the barely perceptible difference in paint color that suggested recent hanging. My fingers came away dusty, but the dust felt wrong somehow, too fine, too light, as if it had been disturbed and recently settled. The phone rang. The sound cut through the silence like a blade, sharp and insistent. I had disconnected the landline weeks ago, preferring the simplicity of my mobile device, yet the ringing continued with mechanical persistence. Following the sound led me to the kitchen, where an old rotary phone sat on the counter. Black bakelite gleamed dully in the dim light, and the receiver trembled slightly with each ring. I didn't remember owning such a phone. Lifting the receiver felt like crossing a threshold I couldn't uncross. The weight of it in my hand was substantial, real in a way that made everything else seem questionable by comparison. Static filled my ear, punctuated by what might have been breathing or might have been the sound of wind through distant trees. Then a voice barely audible beneath the interference. You found them. The line went dead before I could respond, leaving me holding a silent piece of plastic against my ear. The dial tone that should have followed never came. Instead, only the kind of emptiness that suggested the connection had never existed at all. I set the receiver back in its cradle with exaggerated care, as if sudden movement might shatter whatever fragile reality I was inhabiting. The kitchen around me looked the same as always, clean counters, organized cabinets, everything in its designated place. But the phone remained solid and inexplicable, a piece of technology that belonged to a different era entirely. Walking back to the hallway, I found the photographs unchanged. 5 faces still stared out from their frames, and the 6th remained empty, waiting. But now I noticed something I had missed before. Each portrait bore a small placard at the bottom of the frame, the kind used in museums to identify subjects and dates. The text was too small to read from a distance, requiring me to lean close to each image. The woman with sharp cheekbones was identified simply as first. The man with the mustache was second. The pattern continued through third, fourth, and fifth, with no names, no dates, no additional information, just ordinal numbers that suggested sequence without explaining purpose. The empty frame bore no placard at all. I found myself studying each face more intently, searching for some clue about who they were or why their portraits now hung in my hallway. The woman's eyes seemed particularly alive, as if the camera had captured her in the middle of forming a thought she would never get to express. The man's hand rested on his book with proprietary confidence, suggesting ownership of something valuable or secret. But it was the third portrait that made me pause. The face was younger than the others, softer, with an expression that bordered on fear. Unlike the others, who stared directly at the camera, this person's gaze was directed slightly to the left, as if looking at something just outside the frame, something that had captured their attention completely. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water rising. I had seen that expression before. In my own mirror, in moments when I caught myself off guard, when I thought I heard sounds that shouldn't exist or saw movements in my peripheral vision that vanished when I turned to look directly. Moving to the bathroom, I switched on the harsh fluorescent light and studied my reflection. The face looking back was familiar, of course, but something in the expression reminded me of the third photograph. The same slight turn of the head, the same widened eyes, the same suggestion of someone who had seen something they couldn't quite believe. When I returned to the hallway, the photographs were gone. Not moved, not rearranged, simply absent. The wall showed no sign they had ever been there. No nail holes, no discolored rectangles where frames had blocked light, no indication that anything had ever disturbed the smooth expanse of paint. I ran my hands over the surface, pressing firmly, searching for any evidence of what I had just seen. The wall was warm. Not the gentle warmth of a house heated against cool air, but something more active, as if heat were being generated from within. I pressed my cheek against the surface and felt it pulse, a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat so perfectly that for a moment I couldn't tell where I ended and the wall began. The missing book from the shelf suddenly felt significant. I returned to the gap in the collection, trying to remember what volume had been there. The surrounding titles offered no clues, a mix of fiction and non-fiction, books I had collected over the years without any particular organizing principle. But the empty space seemed to call for something specific, a particular volume that would complete some pattern I couldn't yet see. In the basement, I found boxes I didn't remember packing. They sat in neat rows along the far wall, each labeled with my handwriting but containing words I couldn't recall forming. Previous, read one. Before, said another. First attempt, declared a third, in letters that looked like my own but somehow felt foreign. Opening the box marked previous revealed photographs, not the formal portraits from the hallway, but candid shots that seemed to document daily life in this house. I appeared in many of them, but not as I remembered being. In some I was arranging books on the shelf, placing a particular volume in the gap that now stood empty. In others I was hanging photographs in the hallway, my face showing the concentration of someone performing an important task. But most disturbing were the images that showed me standing in various rooms of the house, always facing the camera, but with an expression I didn't recognize as my own. My face in these photographs wore a look of complete blankness, as if I were present but not truly there, going through motions without understanding their purpose. At the bottom of the box lay a journal, its pages filled with handwriting that was unmistakably mine, but described experiences I couldn't remember having. The entries detailed a routine of daily activities, rising at a specific hour, preparing identical meals, walking through each room of the house in a predetermined pattern. But woven through these mundane descriptions were references to the others, and maintaining the sequence and preparing for the next. One entry dated with numbers that meant nothing to me read, "The transition is always the hardest part. Memory resists the change, clinging to previous patterns even when they no longer serve. But the house knows what it needs, and eventually everything settles into place. The photographs help with continuity, providing faces for the sequence even when individual identity becomes fluid." Another in handwriting that seemed more hurried. "I understand now why the others left things unfinished. Not abandonment, but completion. Each resident serves their purpose in the sequence, and when that purpose is fulfilled, departure becomes necessary. The house retains what it needs and releases the rest." The final entry was a single line, "The sixth frame is waiting." I closed the journal and sat in the basement's dim light, trying to reconcile what I had read with what I thought I knew about my own life. The photographs around me seemed to document a version of myself that existed independently of my conscious experience, going through motions and routines that felt both foreign and familiar. Upstairs, the house waited in its patient silence. I could feel its presence even from the basement, a consciousness that was vast and slow and utterly alien to human understanding. It didn't feel malevolent exactly, but it didn't feel benign either, more like a natural force, indifferent to individual concerns but following its own inexorable logic. The crackling sound resumed as I climbed the stairs, but now I understood it differently. Not an intrusion or disturbance, but the house itself, processing and organizing and preparing. The sound of a system maintaining itself, incorporating new elements while preserving essential patterns. In the living room, the match I had burned earlier lay on the floor, but it was whole again, unburned, as if the flame had never touched it. The rug beneath my feet showed the same pattern I remembered, but now I could see how it had been altered, its design subtly rearranged to accommodate whatever change was taking place. The realization came not as a shock, but as a gradual understanding, like watching sunrise slowly illuminate a landscape that had been there all along. I was not the first person to live in this house, and I would not be the last. The sequence continued, each resident serving their purpose before moving on to whatever came next. The photographs documented not different people, but different iterations, variations on a theme that the house explored with infinite patience. Standing in the living room where it had all begun, I struck another match and watched the flame dance in the still air. This time the light seemed to reveal rather than conceal, showing me the room as it truly was, a space in constant flux, adapting itself to the needs of whoever happened to be occupying it at any given moment. The smoke from the match curled upward, and in its patterns I thought I could see faces. Not the formal portraits from the hallway, but something more fluid, more essential. The suggestion of consciousness without the limitations of individual identity. A sequence that continued regardless of who participated in it, each person adding their own variation to an ongoing theme. I let the match burn down to my fingers, feeling the heat as a reminder that some things, at least, remained constant. Pain was still pain, flame was still flame, and choice was still possible, even in circumstances that seemed to offer no alternatives. The question that remained was simple. Would I resist the sequence or embrace it? Would I fight to maintain whatever version of myself I thought I remembered, or would I allow the transformation to continue, trusting that the house knew what it was doing even if I didn't? The empty frame in the hallway waited for an answer, patient as everything else in this place. But I was beginning to understand that the choice itself might be an illusion, that the sequence would continue regardless of my conscious participation. The house had been patient with previous residents, allowing them to believe they were making decisions even as they followed patterns that had been established long before their arrival. Outside, the garden rustled with movement that might have been wind or might have been something else entirely. The oak tree's branches tapped against the window with gentle persistence, not demanding entry but simply maintaining contact, like a friend keeping in touch across vast distances. I walked to the window and pressed my palm against the glass, feeling its coolness against my skin. My reflection stared back, but now I could see the resemblance to the third photograph, the same expression of someone caught between understanding and acceptance. The same look of someone who had discovered they were part of something much larger than they had previously imagined. The house settled around me with small sounds of adjustment and accommodation. Floorboards creaked as they expanded and contracted, walls whispered as they shifted to new configurations, pipes hummed with the movement of water through hidden channels. All of it felt alive, purposeful, engaged in the endless work of maintaining itself while adapting to changing circumstances. Tomorrow, I knew, would bring new discoveries, more photographs perhaps, or different arrangements of familiar objects. The sequence would continue its patient unfolding, revealing itself gradually to anyone willing to pay attention. And I would be part of it, whether I understood my role or not, adding my own variation to the ongoing theme while the house recorded everything with its mysterious and inexorable attention to detail. The match in my hand had burned out completely, leaving only the lingering scent of sulfur and the memory of flame. But the smoke continued to rise, curling upward into patterns that seemed almost like writing, messages in a language I was only beginning to learn. The house was teaching me, I realized, preparing me for whatever came next in the sequence. And despite everything, I found myself curious to see what that might be. Story 8. I told them I hadn't been near the gate. The gravel path was still cool, the morning dew untouched by any footprint. The scent of damp earth lingered in the air, mingling with the acrid tang of something burnt. The old tree by the entrance cast a long shadow that seemed to flicker against my memory, leaves rustling with whispers I refused to acknowledge. I felt the weight of the latch imprinting its chill onto my palm long after I'd let go. The wind carried a distant echo, a creak, a reminder. I glanced at my shoes, noticing the smear of rust, but I didn't look back. The coffee went cold in my hands while I stared at the window. Steam rising from the cup had fogged the glass earlier, and I'd traced patterns with my finger circles within circles, endless loops that meant nothing, or everything. The detective asked if I'd noticed anything unusual. I almost laughed. Everything had been unusual for weeks now. She used to hum while doing dishes. That tune, always the same melody, something her grandmother taught her. I can still hear it echoing through the kitchen when I stand in the doorway. The plates are still stacked exactly where she left them. I haven't touched them, haven't touched much of anything. The rust wasn't rust. I knew that even as I told myself otherwise. The metallic smell clung to the fabric of my jacket, seeping into the fibers like guilt. I threw it in the washing machine 3 times before giving up. Some stains don't come out, no matter how much you scrub. They found her car in the parking lot behind the old mill, keys still in the ignition, engine cold. The door hung open like a mouth caught mid-scream. I stood there watching them dust for prints, knowing they wouldn't find what they were looking for, not there. I remember the first time she mentioned feeling watched. We were walking along the creek, her hand warm in mine, when she suddenly stopped. Her grip tightened. "Someone's following us," she whispered. I turned around, saw nothing but shadows dancing between the trees. "Paranoia," I told her. "You're being paranoid." The latch clicked differently that morning, a hollow sound like something essential had been removed. I stood there listening to it echo, my palms still tingling from the cold metal. Behind me, footsteps crunched on gravel, but when I turned, the path stretched empty in both directions. Her phone kept ringing in my pocket while they questioned me. The same ringtone she'd assigned to her sister, a cheerful melody that seemed obscene in the sterile interview room. I let it ring. What would I tell them? That she'd been planning to leave, that I'd found the suitcase hidden under our bed, packed with clothes I'd never seen her wear. The burnt smell came from the shed. I'd been avoiding it for days, walking wide circles around the small wooden structure at the edge of our property. But curiosity is a patient predator. It waits until your defenses are down, then strikes. I found myself standing before the door, key trembling in my hand. She'd been documenting everything in a journal I never knew existed. Page after page of careful handwriting, recording times, dates, observations. Someone in the bushes outside the bedroom window, footprints in the garden that weren't mine. Phone calls where no one spoke, just breathing on the other end. I read it all, sitting on our bed, my hands shaking with each revelation. The detective showed me a photograph, a partial footprint in the mud near the creek, size 10 boot with a distinctive tread pattern. "Do you recognize this?" I studied the image, my mouth dry. The sole looked familiar, worn in patterns I'd traced with my eyes countless times, but I shook my head, never seen it before. I started sleepwalking after she disappeared, or that's what I told myself when I woke up outside, grass stains on my knees, dirt under my fingernails. The back door would be standing open, letting in the night air and the sound of crickets. I'd installed a deadbolt, but somehow I kept finding my way outside. Her sister called again while I was cleaning out the closet. The phone buzzed against the hardwood floor where I'd dropped it, her name flashing accusingly on the screen. I knew what she wanted, answers I couldn't give, explanations that would only create more questions. The voicemail she left was brief. "We need to talk." The journal mentioned me more than I expected. Small observations, loving details mixed with growing concern. "He seems different lately. Distant. Sometimes I catch him watching me with an expression I can't read. Last night I woke up and he wasn't in bed. Found him standing in the kitchen, staring out the window. When I asked what was wrong, he looked at me like he didn't recognize me." I burned the journal in the shed that night. Watched her careful handwriting curl and blacken, words dissolving into smoke and ash. The fire cast dancing shadows on the wooden walls, and for a moment I thought I saw her face in the flames. But fire plays tricks on the mind, creates shapes where none exist. The rust stain on my shoe matched the color of the gate latch. I stood in the bathroom, scrubbing at the leather with an old toothbrush, watching the water in the sink turn pink. Outside, a car door slammed. Voices carried on the wind, official voices, asking questions I didn't want to answer. She'd hidden a spare key to the shed in a place she thought I'd never look, taped under the bathroom sink, behind the pipes where the shadows gathered thick. I found it by accident while fixing a leak, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. Why would she need a key to my shed? The morning they found the blood, I was watering the garden. The sprinkler cast rainbow arcs across the yard while police tape fluttered in the breeze like yellow prayer flags. A detective approached, her shoes crunching on the gravel path. "We need to ask you some more questions," she said. I nodded, turning off the water. The silence that followed felt heavier than rain. I keep returning to that moment at the gate, the weight of the latch in my palm, the cool metal warming to my touch. Behind me the house stood quiet, windows dark. Ahead the path wound into shadows I couldn't penetrate. I stood there for what felt like hours, caught between two worlds, unable to choose which one was real. The shed held more than ashes. Beneath the floorboards, wrapped in plastic, I found things that belonged to her. A scarf she'd claimed to lose, the earrings she wore on our first date, a photograph of us torn down the middle, my half missing. I stared at these artifacts of our life together, trying to piece together a story that made sense. Her humming follows me now, that same melody, drifting through rooms like smoke. I'll turn, expecting to see her standing at the sink, hands deep in soapy water. But there's only silence and the echo of something that might have been love once before it transformed into something else entirely. The footprint by the creek wasn't mine. I know this with the certainty of someone who has studied his own tracks in sand and mud and snow. But I also know that certainty is a luxury I can no longer afford. Memory bends and shifts like light through water, and I'm no longer sure what I've done or what's been done to me. They're coming back tomorrow with a warrant. I can see the cars gathering at the end of our street, official vehicles with tinted windows and patient occupants. I should run, but my feet feel rooted to this ground, to this house where her humming still echoes in empty rooms. The gate latch clicks once more as I approach it in the growing dusk. My palm knows its weight, its temperature, its resistance. Behind me, footsteps crunch on gravel, but I don't turn around this time. I already know what I'll find or what will find me. The rust on my shoes has spread, creeping up the leather like a stain that refuses to be washed away. Story 9. Initial inspection indicated the cabinet was securely shut, with no visible tampering to the lock mechanism. Surrounding zones displayed organized order. The carpet bore precise vacuum lines, and the dust had been meticulously removed from all surfaces. An unopened envelope was positioned at the center of the table, shadows of old fingerprints evident upon its seal. In the adjacent room, the curtains hung uniformly, allowing no disturbance from external illumination. The air maintained a stable temperature, though the thermostat claimed otherwise. Examination revealed all drawers untouched, barring a single one left slightly ajar. No items were missing, yet no one had the key. I found myself staring at that cabinet again this morning, the way I've stared at it for weeks now. The brass lock gleams with the same defiant certainty it always has, unmarked by force or manipulation. But something shifted in the space around it, something that makes my skin feel tight against my bones when I enter the room. The envelope sits where it always sits, cream-colored paper catching light that shouldn't exist in this carefully controlled environment. Those fingerprints on the seal, I've memorized their whorls and ridges, traced them with my eyes until they burned into my vision like afterimages. They belong to someone, but the someone keeps changing in my mind. Sometimes I see her fingers, delicate and precise, pressing against the paper. Other times they're broader, more purposeful. The truth keeps sliding away from me like water through cupped hands. When did the suspicion begin? I can't pinpoint the moment, only the gradual awareness that perfection itself had become the anomaly. The vacuum lines in the carpet formed two perfect parallel tracks, as if someone had taken extraordinary care to erase their presence while simultaneously announcing it. Who vacuums with such methodical precision unless they're trying to hide something or reveal it? I remember standing in the doorway, counting the lines. 17 passes from wall to wall, each one exactly 3 inches from the next. The person who did this possessed either obsessive tendencies or professional training, or perhaps they wanted me to notice, wanted me to stand here counting, losing myself in the mathematics of deception. The drawer that sits slightly ajar haunts me most. It's the third drawer down in the mahogany desk, opened perhaps half an inch, just enough to catch shadow, but not enough to reveal contents. I've approached it countless times, my hand hovering over the brass pull, but something always stops me. Fear, maybe, or the growing certainty that opening it will change everything, and I'm not ready for that transformation. She used to organize everything with such care. I can see her moving through the house, adjusting picture frames by millimeters, ensuring books aligned perfectly on their shelves. But this level of precision feels different, charged with intention I can't decipher. The dust removal was too thorough, too complete. Even the baseboards gleam with an unnatural cleanliness that speaks of hours spent on hands and knees, working with deliberate focus. The thermostat claims the temperature is 72 degrees, but my breath sometimes forms small clouds in the still air. The house holds cold in pockets, as if certain spaces refuse warmth. I've checked the heating system, examined vents and filters, but everything functions normally. The cold exists in defiance of mechanical explanation, settling in corners and beneath furniture like an unwelcome guest that refuses to leave. Those curtains in the adjacent room hang with military precision, each fold identical to the next. No natural hanging creates such uniformity. Someone spent considerable time adjusting them, ensuring no gap existed for light to penetrate. But why? What needed to remain hidden from outside observation, or what needed to remain hidden from those within? I find myself returning to that envelope, studying the way light plays across its surface. The paper appears expensive, heavyweight stock with a subtle texture that suggests importance, but it's the positioning that unsettles me, most perfectly centered on the table, as if placed with a ruler and measuring tape. The shadows of those fingerprints seem to shift depending on the angle of my approach, sometimes appearing fresh, other times ancient. The key issue torments me. I've searched every logical hiding place, examined every surface for signs of forced entry, consulted with professionals who confirm the lock remains intact and functional. Yet someone accessed that cabinet, organized this space, created this tableau of perfect order that feels more like a crime scene than a cleaned room. My memories of her grow less reliable each time I examine them. Did she always clean with such intensity? Were the curtains always hung with such precision? The past reshapes itself under scrutiny, becoming fluid and unreliable. I remember her hands moving across surfaces, but now those movements seem choreographed, purposeful beyond mere cleaning. Sometimes I catch myself studying my own hands, wondering if I performed these tasks in some fugue state, some dissociative episode where consciousness split and allowed my body to work without my mind's awareness. But my fingerprints don't match those on the envelope, and my cleaning habits never approach this level of obsessive detail. The silence in the house has weight now, pressing against my eardrums with almost physical force. It's not the comfortable quiet of an empty home, but something more active, more watchful, as if the silence itself holds secrets, guards them jealously against discovery. I move carefully through the rooms, aware that my footsteps disrupt something that prefers stillness. That partially open drawer calls to me with increasing urgency. I've dreamed about it, imagined scenarios where opening it reveals everything or nothing, where the contents explain the mystery or deepen it beyond comprehension. In my dreams, my hand moves toward the pull with agonizing slowness, and I always wake before contact is made. The organized order extends beyond the obvious surfaces. Inside closets, clothes hang with mathematical precision. In the kitchen, canned goods align with their labels facing outward at identical angles. Even the books on the shelves are arranged not just alphabetically, but by height within each letter group, creating a stepped pattern that pleases the eye while suggesting an almost inhuman attention to detail. I've begun to question whether I knew her at all. The woman in my memories seems incapable of this level of systematic organization, yet the evidence suggests otherwise. Memory proves unreliable when confronted with physical reality, bending and reshaping to accommodate new information. Perhaps I saw only what I wanted to see, ignored signs that now seem obvious in retrospect. The brass lock on the cabinet reflects my face in distorted miniature, stretching and compressing my features until I appear alien to myself. I've stared into that tiny reflection until my eyes water, searching for some recognition, some confirmation of my own reality in this space that feels increasingly foreign despite its familiarity. The envelope's placement creates a focal point that draws attention like a magnet draws iron filings. Everything else in the room seems to orbit around it, arranged to direct the eye toward that cream-colored rectangle with its mysterious fingerprints and unknown contents. Yet I haven't touched it, haven't disturbed its perfect positioning. Some instinct warns against interference, suggests that moving it would trigger consequences I'm not prepared to face. The vacuum lines in the carpet have begun to fade, compressed fibers slowly returning to their natural state. But the pattern remains visible, a ghost of intentional order slowly dissolving into chaos. I find myself walking carefully around these lines, reluctant to disturb even their fading traces. They represent someone's work, someone's purpose, and erasing them feels like a form of destruction. The temperature anomaly has spread, or perhaps I've simply become more sensitive to it. Cold spots appear throughout the house, shifting locations without apparent pattern. I've mapped their positions, documented their persistence, but no logical explanation emerges. The house itself seems to be developing its own climate, independent of mechanical systems and external weather. That drawer remains my obsession and my terror, half an inch of darkness that might contain everything or nothing. I've convinced myself that opening it will provide answers, but I've also convinced myself that those answers might be unbearable. The uncertainty has become comfortable in its own way, a familiar discomfort that structures my thoughts and gives shape to my increasingly shapeless existence. The dust removal was so complete that I can smell the cleaning products days later, their chemical signature lingering in air that should have cleared by now. But beneath that artificial cleanliness lurks something else, something organic and patient, as if the true scent of the house waits beneath the surface, biding its time until the chemicals fade and reality reasserts itself. I've started leaving small tests, minor disturbances to see if they'll be corrected. A book placed slightly askew, a chair moved an inch from its position, a picture frame tilted at a barely perceptible angle. Each morning I check these markers, and each morning they remain unchanged. Whatever force created this perfect order appears to have departed, leaving only its monument behind. The curtains in the adjacent room have begun to fascinate me beyond reason. Their uniformity suggests professional installation or obsessive adjustment, but they also block all external light so completely that the room exists in perpetual twilight. I've stood behind them, feeling the weight of fabric against my back, wondering what view they're meant to conceal or what observer they're meant to frustrate. My reflection in the cabinet's brass lock has become a daily ritual, a moment of self-recognition in a space that increasingly feels like it belongs to someone else. But even that reflection seems unreliable now, showing me versions of myself that don't quite match my internal sense of identity. The distortion created by the curved metal might be responsible, or perhaps the distortion lies elsewhere, in perception itself. The envelope's fingerprints have become a source of endless speculation. I've imagined the hands that created them, the pressure applied, the intention behind the touch. Were they left deliberately, a signature or calling card, or are they simply the inevitable result of handling, meaningful only in my desperate search for significance? The shadows cast by the ridges and whorls seem to shift with the light, creating new patterns that might be messages, or might be nothing more than the play of illumination across textured paper. That partially opened drawer has begun to feel like a test, a challenge to my courage or resolve. The gap remains constant, neither widening nor closing, as if frozen at the moment of abandonment. I've measured it obsessively exactly half an inch, maintained with the same precision that characterizes everything else in this transformed space. The consistency suggests intention, but intention toward what end? The silence has developed texture, becoming something I can almost touch. It presses against my skin with varying intensity, sometimes light as silk, other times heavy as wool. I've begun to hear my own breathing as an intrusion, my heartbeat as a percussion that disrupts the house's preferred stillness. Even my thoughts seem too loud, too chaotic for this environment of controlled order. The organized perfection extends to spaces I rarely visit. The basement storage room, typically a chaos of forgotten items, has been transformed into a model of systematic arrangement. Boxes labeled in unfamiliar handwriting, tools hung with military precision, every surface cleared and cleaned until it gleams. The transformation is so complete that I question my memory of the previous disorder. I've begun to suspect that the key was never lost, never missing. Perhaps it exists in a place I haven't thought to look, or perhaps the cabinet was never locked at all. The mechanism might be decorative, a suggestion of security without actual function. But testing this theory would require touching the lock, and something prevents me from making that contact. The thermostat continues its false reading, claiming temperatures that don't match the reality of cold air and visible breath. I've replaced the device, calibrated it, consulted with technicians who find no fault in its operation. Yet the discrepancy persists, as if the house has developed its own relationship with temperature that transcends mechanical measurement. The vacuum lines in the carpet tell a story I can't quite read. 17 passes, each one deliberate and measured, suggest someone working with systematic patience. But the pattern also reveals something about the person who created it, their height, their stride, their preferred hand for maneuvering equipment. These details accumulate into a profile of someone I might have known or might never have encountered. The envelope remains untouched, its cream-colored surface a constant in a world of shifting interpretations. I photographed it from every angle, documented the fingerprint shadows, measured its position relative to table edges and room boundaries. But all this documentation feels like procrastination, a way of avoiding the simple act of opening it and discovering what lies within. The cold spots in the house have begun to feel intentional, placed with the same precision that characterizes everything else in this space. They appear in locations where someone might naturally pause: doorways, the foot of the stairs, the center of rooms. As if the temperature drops mark important positions, create a map of significance that I lack the knowledge to interpret. That drawer calls to me with increasing intensity, its half-inch gap becoming a wound in the room's perfection. I've imagined countless scenarios for what might lie within documents, photographs, objects that would explain everything or nothing. But imagination proves inadequate to the reality of uncertainty, the weight of not knowing pressing against my consciousness like a physical burden. The house has become a puzzle with too many pieces, each one fitting perfectly into place while revealing nothing about the larger picture. The organized surfaces, the precise arrangements, the careful cleaning, they form a coherent whole that nonetheless resists interpretation. I move through rooms that feel simultaneously familiar and foreign, recognizing objects while questioning their placement. The brass lock on the cabinet reflects not just my image, but the entire room behind me, compressed and inverted in its curved surface. I've used this reflection to observe the space without turning around, watching for changes or movements that might occur beyond my direct sight. But the reflection shows only stillness, only the same perfect order that characterizes everything else. The mystery has become my companion, a presence that shapes my thoughts and structures my existence. I've grown comfortable with uncertainty, found rhythm in the cycle of speculation and doubt. The questions have become more important than their potential answers, the search more meaningful than any possible discovery. Initial inspection indicated the cabinet was securely shut, with no visible tampering to the lock mechanism. But now I understand that the inspection itself was the point, not the discovery. The mystery was designed to be observed, not solved. The envelope sits in its perfect position, the drawer maintains its precise gap, and the vacuum lines fade slowly into memory. The key was never missing, it was simply never needed. The cabinet remains locked not by mechanism, but by the weight of all the questions it contains, all the possibilities it represents. And I remain its guardian, its witness, its eternal observer, trapped in the space between knowing and unknowing, between the truth that exists and the truth that might be. Story 10. It felt like a dull thud echoing through my chest, not an external noise, but a reverberation that seemed to resonate in the fabric of the room around me. I stood in the entryway, fingers tracing the grain of the wooden door frame. The sensation pulsed again, this time with a rhythm I couldn't place, like the beat of an unseen heart. I turned slowly, expecting to find its source, but the room lay still, cloaked in the same dim light it always held. My thoughts flitted back to a night undefined, unshared, a moment when this pounding feeling wasn't just a figment. I had ignored it then, too. But now, in the silence that demanded attention, ignoring felt impossible. The coffee cup sits cold on the kitchen counter. I remember filling it, the steam rising in lazy spirals. But when did I stop drinking? The liquid has formed a thin film across its surface, and I find myself staring at it as if it holds answers. My reflection wavers in the dark brew, distorted and unfamiliar. She used to say I overthought everything. Her voice carries through the house even when she isn't here, which is most of the time now. The accusation hangs in rooms like dust motes, visible only when the light hits just right. I've started writing things down because memory feels unreliable. Small details slip away like water through cupped hands. The notebook lies open beside the sink. My handwriting looks strange, more cramped than usual. Tuesday, heard footsteps upstairs, checked, nothing. Thursday, kitchen window was open, don't remember opening it. The entries blur together, a catalog of uncertainties. I walk through the house the same way each evening, checking locks, testing windows. The ritual began after the first incident, though I can't pinpoint exactly what that incident was. Just the growing awareness that something had shifted, like furniture moved an inch to the left while you weren't looking. The basement door stands slightly ajar. I always close it completely. The darkness beyond seems denser than it should be, more present. I pull the door shut and turn the lock, but the click sounds hollow, insufficient. My neighbor mentioned seeing someone in our yard. When I pressed for details, his description became vague, contradictory. A figure by the fence line, maybe tall, maybe not, could have been a shadow, could have been nothing at all. His uncertainty mirrors my own, and I wonder if doubt is contagious. The photographs on the mantel seem rearranged, not obviously but subtly wrong. Her smile appears forced in ways I never noticed before. My own face looks guilty of something I can't name. I've stared at these images for hours, searching for clues to questions I haven't learned to ask. Sleep comes in fragments now. I wake to sounds that dissolve the moment consciousness arrives. Footsteps that might be settling wood, voices that could be wind through the eaves. The house breathes around me, and I can't tell if its rhythm matches mine or fights against it. The police officer was polite but skeptical. Nothing missing, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anything concrete. He suggested stress, perhaps professional help. His business card sits in my wallet, edges already worn from handling. I dial the number sometimes, but never let it ring. She calls less frequently now. Our conversations feel scripted, careful. When I mention the disturbances, her responses grow shorter, more distant. Maybe she thinks I'm losing my grip. Maybe I am. The line between paranoia and perception blurs when you're alone with your thoughts too often. I found a cigarette butt in the garden. Neither of us smokes. The filter was clean, recently discarded. I saved it in a plastic bag, though I'm not sure why. Evidence of what? The bag sits in the kitchen drawer, a small mystery among the usual clutter. The basement holds boxes of our shared history. Photo albums, old letters, souvenirs from trips we took when happiness felt automatic. I avoid going down there now. The air feels thick, watchful. Sometimes I hear movements below, but when I check, everything appears undisturbed. My reflection in the bathroom mirror catches me off guard. When did I start looking so haunted? The face staring back seems to know things I don't, carries secrets I've forgotten. I splash cold water on my cheeks, but the stranger remains. The notebook fills with observations that lead nowhere, patterns that dissolve under scrutiny, connections that exist only in the space between sleep and waking. I read my own words and feel like I'm deciphering someone else's code. Work becomes a refuge from the house's oppressive attention. Colleagues comment on my distraction, my tendency to stare out windows. I make excuses about insomnia, stress. They nod with the kind of understanding that maintains distance. The thudding in my chest returns without warning. Standing in the grocery store, reaching for bread, the sensation floods back. Other shoppers move around me like water around a stone. I grip the cart handle until my knuckles whiten, waiting for the feeling to pass. She mentions moving out permanently. The words arrive through the phone like stones thrown through glass. Temporary separation becomes indefinite distance. I agree because disagreeing requires explanations I don't possess. The house will be mine alone now, with all its watching silence. I discover the spare key is missing from its hiding place. The ceramic frog by the back door sits empty, hollow. How long has it been gone? I change the locks anyway, though I suspect it's already too late for such precautions. The basement door stands open again. This time I'm certain I locked it. The darkness below seems to pulse with its own life. I descend slowly, each step creaking under my weight. Nothing appears disturbed, but the air tastes different, charged with recent presence. My handwriting in the notebook changes. The letters grow smaller, more urgent. Observations become confessions of uncertainty. Did I imagine the sounds? Did I move the photographs myself? The questions multiply faster than answers ever could. The house settles into night around me. Every creak and whisper demands investigation. I move through rooms like a ghost haunting my own life, searching for proof of intrusions that leave no trace. The thudding in my chest keeps time with footsteps I may or may not hear. She comes to collect her things. We move around each other carefully, avoiding eye contact. Her boxes disappear into her car like pieces of my sanity. When she drives away, the silence left behind feels different, more complete. I am alone with whatever watches from the corners. The notebook's final entry reads simply, "I understand now," but reading it later, I can't remember what I understood. The revelation has slipped away, leaving only the certainty that something important was grasped and lost. The pen lies beside the open page as if dropped in surprise. I stand again in the entryway, fingers finding the familiar grain of the door frame. The thudding returns, stronger now, more insistent. But this time I don't turn to search for its source. This time I recognize the rhythm as my own heart, finally loud enough to hear above the silence that was never really silence at all.